Okay. Hi, Gorky.
I really wish the microphone would pick it up. The big eagle owl is doing its boo-hoo the whole time outside.
What's it doing?
Boo-hoo! It's making its Latin name all honor. Bubo
Mhm.
Bubo, right? Bubo.
We have owls over here as well. I don't get to see them very often, but sometimes just go whoop over your head. Yeah. Mostly I have sky rats, or in other words,
Oh
pigeons.
yeah.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Glad you let yourself in, John. Good.
Yeah. It's warmer in there.
Very good. Let's see. Final check. Check, check, check. All right. Very good. We have an intimate crowd here today. We are now planning a retreat in the spring for the weekend. They're deciding on the date, but Kote and Koku and the other folks are working very hard on this. So look forward to a 2-day spring retreat next month. But this time, our topic is the lost tracks of Master Dogen, the other Fukanzazengi that was found in a warehouse.
Really?
Yes, it actually was. And an old suture warehouse at a temple.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, many years ago. It's the Tempuku version. And we'll be talking about that later. The only thing I'd like to say is I received a government memo. Our Canadian members must sit 250% longer than everyone else today. That's so the bell rings. The Canadians, please, you need to continue sitting. That's a new rule that came from Washington. Okay, that's all. That's as political as I'm going to get today. And other things, Kote, are you in charge today? Oh yeah. Oh, sure.
Yes.
You missed my Canada joke. I said you have to sit 250% longer than everyone else today. I got a memo. Anyway, Kote, you're in charge.
Yes,
Very
ready.
good. If you've been here before, you know what to do. And if it's your first time, just follow along. Okay, very good.
Ah, yes.
Makahanya haramita shingyo kanji saibo satsugyojin hanya haramita shoken go on kaiku doi saiku yakusharishi shiki fui ku ku fui shiki shiki sokuze ku ku sokuze shiki ju sogyo shiki yaku bunyo ze sharishi se shohoku sofu shofu metsu fu kufu jo fu sofu genze koku shimu shiki muju sogyo shiki mugen ni bi se shin ni mushiki shoko mi soku ho mugen kai nai shi mu shiki kai mu mu myo yaku mu mu myo jin nai shi muro shi yaku muro shi jin muku shu metsu do mu shi yaku mu toku i mu shotoko bodai satai hanya hara mitako shinmu kege mu kege ko mu kufu onri isai tendo muso kugyo ne hanzan ze shobutsu e hanya hara mitako toku wa nokutara samyaku sanbodai kochi hanya hara mita tsedai jinshu tsedai myoshu tsemu joshu tsemu todoshu nojo isai ku shinjitsu fuko kosetsu hanya hara mita shu sakusetsu shu vatsu gyate gyate hara gyate hara so gyate boji soaka hanya shingyo. The identity of relative and absolute. The mind of the great sage of India is intimately conveyed west and east, while human faculties are both wise or dull in the way there are no northern or southern ancestors. The subtle source shines clear in the light, the branching streams flow in the dark. To be attached to things is primordial illusion, to encounter the absolute is not yet enlightenment. All spheres, every sense and field intermingle even as they shine alone, interacting even as they merge, yet keeping their places in expressions of their own. Sights differ primarily in shape and character, and sounds in harsh and soothing tones. The dark makes all words one. The brightness distinguishes good and bad phrases. The four elements return to their true nature as a child turns to its mother. Fire is hot, Water is wet, wind moves and the earth is dense. Eye and form, ear and sound, nose and smell, tongue and taste, the sweet and sour, each independent of the other, like leaves that come from the same root. And though leaves and root must go back to the source, both roots and leaf have their own uses. Light is also darkness, but do not think of it as darkness. Darkness is light, do not see it as light. Light and darkness are not one nor two, like the foot before and the foot behind in walking. Each thing has its own being, which is not different from its place and function. The relative fits the absolute as a box and its lid. The absolute meets the relative like two arrow points that touch in midair. Hearing this, simply perceive what is. Make no criterion. If you do not see the way, you do not see it even if you walk upon it. Walking forward in the way, you draw no nearer, progress no farther. One who fails to see this truth is mountains and rivers away. Listen, those who would perceive the subtle matter. Live well your time by night and day. Buddha nature pervades the whole universe. Reality existing right here now. In reciting the heart of the perfection of Great Wisdom Sutra and the identity of relative and absolute, we dedicate our sincere efforts to Shakyamuni Buddha, honored one, the historical Buddha and teacher, and to those ancestral teachers, Eihei Dogen, honored one, Sochi Keisan, honored one, all successive honored ones up until Zuigaku Rempo, honored one, and Gudo Wafu, honored one, and to all other honored ones throughout history, same yet diverse honored ones whose names have been forgotten or left unsaid. We also dedicate these efforts to the three treasures, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, to all awakened ones and teachers in all places and times. We especially seek tranquility and well-being for all creatures now suffering or ill in health. May they be serene through all their ills. May their lives be at peace and wisdom pervade the darkness of ignorance. We dedicate our hopes and aspirations to all victims of war and violence and natural events, to the injured, to all families touched by these tragedies, to the healing of hatred in all countries and among all peoples, to the wisdom and compassion of our world leaders, to the peace of the world and harmony of all beings. Thus let the harmful effects of words, thoughts, and actions be dispelled, and compassion bloom in perpetual spring. May we all realize and live the enlightened way together. All Buddhas throughout space and time, all Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha Prajna, Paramita,
Zazen? Zazen? have a long Kinhin. have a talk. Please feel free to have some tea during the talk or sit Zazen. May we have the verse to open the sutras?
The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain it. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning.
Lovely. Well, every once in a while with the Beatles, they go into a warehouse or one of the old drawers in the George's mansion, and they find some cassette tape with an early version of something. There's one on the internet now, an early version of My Sweet Lord. And if you listen to it, it's not bad. It's not the same, but it was George trying to work out all the chords and get it right. You could hear it developing. Well, it's the same for Buddhist masters of old. Most of our great writings have gone through many, many versions. The Platform Sutra, for example, I prefer the earlier, simpler version that they found in the Dunhuang caves. But after that, a bunch of authors took to, shall we say, embellishing and rewriting and doing it again, making it longer, adding stories. And so the versions of the Platform Sutra from a couple of centuries later are in some ways very different from the simple original. That's true for a lot of the koan stories. That's true even for sutras, that they were rewritten quite a bit. Well, in the case of Master Dogen, it's not quite the same. He wasn't so much working with other people's material, but he did that a little bit too. There's a Chinese Zen manual, shall we say, one of the first how-to Zazen, called the Zuo Yi. If my Chinese speakers are here, they're going to maybe criticize my tones, but it's the Zuo Yi, which became our Zazengi. But in the process, Master Dogen really changed all of it. He took the earlier manual and he kept a few of the parts, mostly about the mechanics of sitting, how to place the legs, how to place the hands, what to do with the eyes. He kept that. A good idea is a good idea. In those days, they didn't have laws about copyright and plagiarism like we do right now. If some guy had written out good instructions and there was nothing to change, you just take them, no harm. But he changed everything else, other than the things about posture, for example. which he kept, he changed everything about the attitude, what to do with the mind, the spirit of Zazen. He changed almost everything. He kept a couple of good lines from the Zazenkai. The famous one that I like to translate is Zazen is the Dharma gate of peace and ease. Some people say peace and bliss or peace and joy, but on Raku, the Raku is more about something like ease. And that was a line from the Zazenkai that he kept. It's a good line. Why not? There was no lawsuit about it. I didn't hear lawyers were involved. So the Zazenkai was actually written 100 years before the Zazengi version. And he kept the line about the dragons and tigers. You'll be like a, what is it, tiger taking to its lair and a dragon to the waters, or the mountain? No, the tiger in the mountains and the dragons and taking to the waters. Good line. Kept that, but changed everything else. Well, even Master Dogen himself changed his Fukanzazengi a few times, which is not surprising. Authors do that. Right now I'm writing a book. I have something that Master Dogen does not have. It's called a word processor on the computer. So if you look at all the changes I've made to my book, as I'm writing it, I can guarantee you there are 10,000 versions of this book if you want to include every time I moved a comma or changed a phrase or dropped a sentence or added something. Working with ink and calligraphy back in the old days, I guess if you made a boo-boo, you didn't just cross it out. There was no whiteout even, so you just had to rewrite the whole thing or just leave it. So we have, for Master Dogen's writings, not just the Fukanzazengi, but in many cases, many versions, many of the sections of the Shobogenzo, for example, there are 6 or 7 known different versions of some of those, shall we call them, chapters, or they usually use facils, but they're basically the different essays. There are sometimes very different. Sometimes they're just small differences. Sometimes they're very different, so different that even in the current Shobogenzo, sometimes there are 2 versions of the same essay that are so different they count them as separate essays. I believe that's true for Gyoji, where maybe he offered one talk more for a mixed audience of priests and lay people, and the other talk just for priests. So it's a little different in flavor, so different that they're counted as 2 different essays. In the case of Shobogenzo, they took these different versions, some of them found in warehouses, and sometimes there are writings that people express doubts about, but the scholars confirmed, no, this was actually by Dogen, and they compiled them, and we now have our 95 essay version of Shobogenzo. It's the similar story for Fukanzazengi, which was Master Dogen's own instructions for how to Zazen, originally based a little bit on the Zazenkai, but then he radically rewrote it. And he did it a couple of times, making some substantial changes that are, shall we say, very enlightening, pun intended. They show us a little bit maybe about Master Dogen's change in attitude over the years. They were written about 10 years apart. There's a lost version. He came back from China in 1227. There's said to be a 1227 version, but no one's ever found it. The one we're going to look at today, the early one, is the Tempuku version. That's named for the year in Japanese calendar. It was the age of Tempuku, and that was 1233. John, would you grab the tea, maybe bring it in, help yourself?
Sure.
And then 10 years later, about 1244, he redid it. And we have that version. And the 1244 version is the, shall we say, the hit. the version of My Sweet Lord we all know. But the Tempuku version is actually interesting because it's also called the Shimpitsu version, which means in his own hand. We have an actual calligraphy, signed and everything. I've posted photographs of it. It's on the thread. You can even see Dogen's beautiful signature, which appears to look like the moon coming between two mountains. It's kind of lovely. I never noticed that about the signature until I read a commentary about it yesterday. But it looks very much like the moon rising. And we have that. That one, interesting enough, is, even though it's in Dogen's own hand, is not cited very often. We all like the version we know, which was in the Eihei Koruku in 1244. And then Dogen, unfortunately, left the world about 10 years after that. So 1233, 1244, and then Dogen left us, I believe, 1255, is it?
53.
53, thank you. Thank you, my historian behind me, and Bion, our in-house historian, correcting me, yes. I like to remind myself sometimes I'm now older than Dogen was when he passed, so we're all living on borrowed time, all living on borrowed time. In any case, what's interesting about the original Tempuku version, which we're going to look at a bit, well, some of the changes were just his version of changing commas and word choice, and they're not so significant. Okamura Roshi has done a wonderful comparison, which I'm quoting from here. He put the two side by side. He did not note things, and I looked at it, he's right, where it was basically just, how we say, a change in wording, a slight change in phrasing, but it really didn't change much. But he did note, Okamura Roshi, some sections that are very different, or Dogen dropped the early language. So we'll look at those too. Now here's the first one is an example of something where he made a change and it's not so crucial. Just to give you an example. The original one said, originally the way is complete and universal. I've looked at the Japanese, of course, I'm not going to tell you what the Japanese was, but you can see the small differences. But basically, Okamura Roshi has done a good job of capturing the little difference in English here. So you get a sense of it. Originally the way is complete and universal. And then the later version says, the way is originally perfect and all-pervading. Okay? Not a big change. Then it says, how can we distinguish practice from verification in the early one? And then it says in the later one, how could it be contingent on practice and enlightenment? The thing there is verification sounds very different from enlightenment, but in Zen lingo, really the word sho is another word commonly used for enlightenment. It means something like the proof, the truth, the proof is in the pudding proof, the reality, something like that, the verification. It's just another way to say enlightenment. But later he changed it to basically another phrase. I looked at it, I'm not going to bore you with the etymology of all this, but he slightly changed the wording, but it's basically saying the same. How could it be contingent? Oh, more tea also. All right, now, then we get to a section, though, in the early one, I call it the lost tracks, one of the lost tracks, where Dogen cuts something out. Now, in the original version, he said, we should know that the eons of transmigration in samsara is caused by the discrimination of one moment. A little reference there to rebirth, eh? The eons of transmigration in samsara is caused by the discrimination of one moment. I kind of like that. Right now, if you have a sense of time and change and attachment, you cause, right in this moment, transmigration, right? And right now, if you drop the discrimination and the sense of division and taste something timelessness, you free yourself right this moment from transmigration through the eons of samsara. But for some reason, he dropped that out. it wasn't that he doesn't believe. I think he was a very traditional Buddhist, and I think he believed in transmigration, future lives and things. I have no doubt about that. However, you may feel on the topic. But he made the point that our real, thank you, John. Thank you for the tea. He made the point that your realization in this moment makes all the difference there, and lack of difference. And then he also cut out, the path of delusion in the dusty world is also caused by ceaseless evaluation, ceaseless thinking, ceaseless division, we might say, of the mind. If you want to thoroughly transcend even enlightenment, you should simply understand how to settle down right here. You can sit Zazen or listen as you wish. Okay. You should simply understand how to settle down right here. So, settle down right here, stop the mind from all its turning and evaluating and clutching. Realize something that transcends even delusion and enlightenment right here. And right here, you're free of transmigration. Maybe he's saying something like that. It was a very nice thought. Maybe he thought it was just a bit extra, and he cut it out of the later version. Now, here's a difference of the later and earlier version from another section. In the early version, he said, therefore, turn from the study of only words and letters. In the later version, he said, therefore, put aside the intellectual practice of investigating words and chasing phrases. Almost the same, almost the same. And in the early version, he said, turn the light inwards and illuminate the self. We kind of, shall we say, detach from chasing after the world, clutching after the world, and we kind of illuminate from within and turn the light inwards, right? That's very nice. Turn the light inwards and illuminate the self. Okamura Roshi has this as the big self, but it could be illuminate yourself becomes the big self. When you turn the light inward, it the light shines. There's a lovely American hymn song, my little light will shine. You know that? You let your inner light shine. Well, in the later version, he changed that a little, and he said, learn to take the backward step that turns the light and shines it inward. But the same feeling. And then he says, in doing so, your body and mind will drop off naturally, and the original self will manifest itself. In the later version, he says, body and mind of themselves will drop away, and your original face will manifest. So original self becomes original face. Basically the same feeling. In the early version, I kind of actually like the early version better. He says, if you really wish to attain such or suchness or this, that we cannot speak, this is such. If you wish to attain such, practice Zazen immediately. He spells it out. In the later version, he says, if you wish to attain suchness, practice suchness immediately. Okay. But for us, Zazen is suchness. It's perfect. It is. Everything's there, even beyond words. So it is suchness. So I don't think it's a big change, actually. Here's another one. In the early version, he said, do not think of either good or evil. And in the later, he says, do not think in terms of good or bad. Pretty much same. In the early, he says, do not be concerned with either right or wrong. In the other one, the later one, he says, do not judge true or false. Basically the same. Put down your judgments and sit in radical equanimity. He's not telling you to be amoral. He's telling you to sit in the perfection that drops our personal judgments and demands and standards, and sit in the, shall we say, the great good that is your original face, the radical equanimity. Your original face is a great good, a great peace when we stop dividing the world into little broken pieces. So when he says, do not think in terms of good and bad, by the way, this is old Zen teaching, a little Taoist in flavor about, from the Shin Shin Ming, drop your likes and dislikes. You've heard that famous phrase from the Shin Shin Ming. It's very basically truth. Do not think in terms of good and bad. Do not judge true and false. And you find the true with a big T, like that. It's a basic Mahayana Buddhist teaching. In the old version, he says, put aside the operations of your intellect, volition, and consciousness. The later version says, give up the operations of mind, intellect, and consciousness. But about basically the same thing, disentangling from your thoughts. The early version says, stop considering things with your memory. I like that. Imagination and contemplation. The later version says, stop measuring with thoughts, ideas, and views. I kind of like the earlier ones, because we sit there sometimes wallowing in the past. You know, that thing that happened yesterday, your memory. And imagining scenarios from the future, what's going to happen to me tomorrow. And just contemplating this and that. I kind of like that. Stop considering things with your memory, imagination, and contemplation. But he changed it to stop the operations of mind, intellect, and consciousness. Usually it's taken, by the way, that this does not mean full stop, of course. Some people say, are we supposed to stop all thinking? Usually that is not how it's taken to be. For us Soto Shikantaza folks, it means just don't get tangled in them. Don't wallow in them. Don't get caught up in them. Let them be. Let them be like the chair on the other side of the room. Don't think about it. Don't sit on it. Don't think about moving it. Just let it be. Pay it no attention. It's just there. The same with these thoughts. The memories, the imagination, the contemplation. It comes and goes. We're just not ensnared in their web, their trap, like that. And then the later version, he had a nice addition, not in the earlier version, that shows the goallessness of this practice. Have no designs on becoming a Buddha. When we sit, we might say that we're sitting as Buddha. Hey, Chris. We're discussing the earlier and later versions of Fukanzazengi, the many changes that Dogen made. Now, you may just coming, sit Zazen if you wish, or have a listen, have some tea. Have no designs on becoming a Buddha. We sit as Buddha sitting. Again, when Dogen says these things, he doesn't mean, oh, forget about Buddha, don't try to become Buddha, Buddha baloney. We're not bothering with Buddha. He doesn't mean that. That all kind of had I like that. We're not bothering with Buddha. He doesn't mean that. He means sit as Buddha. Don't try to become Buddha. If you're looking, how to say, for New York City while standing in Times Square, where do you look? Then he says in the new version, how could that be limited to sitting or lying down? And also that's usually considered to continue. What are the four positions? I need my historians here. Sitting, standing, lying, walking? Okay, I got it. Good. I got my own actual Buddhist scholars here to help me out. Thank you, John. Now, he doesn't mean, of course, don't sit, because these are instructions on how to sit Zazen. Just a paragraph before, he's already telling us what to do with the legs and how to sit. So what could he possibly mean? This is not limited to sitting or standing or walking. Well, he means a couple of things. First off, the sitting doesn't stop when you're sitting. We take this practice, this beautiful practice, out into the world, whatever's happening, whether we're standing or running from tigers or running to catch a bus, doesn't matter. This practice goes with us. But it's also, the sitting is unlimited. Do you think sitting is just sitting? Sitting is the whole universe. Let me enjoy my tea for a second. This tea is the whole universe too. So that's how I take that very puzzling phrase about it's not limited to sitting in the how to sit instructions. Then we have something that he cut out, which actually was one of the few things he borrowed from the Zuo the Chinese writing from 100 years before. He kept it for a while in this intermediate version, but it never made it into the final big hit version that we know. And what is that? When thought arises, be aware of it. When you are aware of it, it will disappear. Put aside everything outside continuously and make yourself into one piece. This is the essential art of Zazen. Okay, he kept this almost word for word from the original in the earlier version. And then it disappears in the later version. Why? Now again, we're trying to speculate here on what the author's intent was. Very difficult. We can only guess. I will assume, based on what he replaced it with, that these were kind of traditional instructions for Zazen in China at the time, and he was formulating Fukanzazengi still. Fukanzazengi was, Zazen, Shikantaza, I should say. He was formulating Shikantaza still, and Shikantaza was a work in progress. At this point, he still had intentionality here, something to do with your mind during Zazen that gradually he pulled away from. And I'll show you what he replaced it with, and you'll see what I mean, I hope. He did this also with several references to samadhi from the Zuo. The Zuo very clearly says, now you sit and you seek to enter samadhi and cherish your samadhi, your deep concentration experience. And when you rise, try to keep that samadhi and carry it into the world. And Dogen took all of those references to samadhi out. Very clearly, those did not make it into any version that we know of the Fukanzazengi. Does that mean that Dogen was against samadhi? Not really, no. I'll get to that in a point. Just like here, I don't think he's about letting the thoughts dissolve. I think he may have thought this was, again, too intentional. Let me show you what I think he replaced it with. Now this says, when you see a thought arise, be aware of it. When you're aware of it, it will disappear. Sounds a little like Vipassana practice. The other words, we've already read some of them. The other words are more about disentangling, just letting them go. Not about noticing, and when you notice them, you will become one. What is the phrase here? Make yourself into one piece. Not quite. He said, therefore put aside the intellectual practice of investigating words and chasing phrases. Body and mind in themselves will drop away. Then he says, one second, put aside all involvements and suspend all affairs. Let go of your troubles and your concerns with the world for a while. Put them aside. Do not think in terms of good and bad. Do not judge true and false. Give up the operations of mind, intellect, and consciousness. Stop measuring with thoughts. So, again, I think it was it's a little too intentional. Notice the thought. Notice the thought, it will dissolve. When it dissolves, you will become of one piece. There's nothing to become of one piece. There's nothing to intentionally be noticing something. I get the question sometimes from students, should I be noticing my thought in Zazen? No, just let it go. Don't mess with it. Don't tangle with it. Don't try to intentionally notice it. I'm having a thought now. Now I'm going to let it go. Nothing like that. Just ignore. Have thoughts and ignore your thoughts. And then do you become of one piece? Body and mind drops away and you become one wholeness. No need to become one like that. That's what I think was the reason he dropped this. Because later he added this, saying that Zazen is not a traditional meditation practice to obtain stages. The Zazen I speak of is not meditation practice. And you would say, well, what am I doing sitting here, coming every week, sitting cross-legged? Meditation practice is usually seen as an instrument, a tool to obtain certain things, to reach certain stages, to have certain experiences, even certain visualizations, to try to get deeper and deeper into certain levels of concentration. Master Dogen is saying, no, this is the Zazen where we sit in the completion of sitting, not to attain Buddha, but already to be Buddha, you see. The funny thing that happens when you do that is you become the one piece. You are the Buddha. You are the Samadhi. As we'll see, he says in a moment, you are the koan realized in the completion and wholeness of sitting itself. When you put down the chasing, you realize, I'm in Times Square. This is New York City. This is already the completion and wholeness, you see. So he tends to take out of the Fukanzazengi any words of attaining, trying to do something, trying to become. And we're sitting in the wholeness and completion itself. Thus he says in the later version only, the Zazen I speak of is not meditation practice. It is simply the Dharma gate of peace and, I like to say, peace and ease. It is the totally culminated awakening. We're not trying to seek awakening. This is the awakening. This is the arrival in wholeness when you stop the chasing, when you stop the intentionality of trying to get to New York City. How do I get to New York City? What train do I take to get here from Times Square to New York City? When you stop that, shall we say you're on the train all along? You've always been. It's a total arrival. It is the koan realized. Zazen is the koan realized. Koan is not something in order to realize something separate, something else. Zazen, sitting in the wholeness and completion, is the solution to all the koans. Traps and snares can never reach it. Can't touch this, as that old song used to say. Bump, bump, bump. Can't touch this. Remember this? Okay. Same with samadhi. When you give up trying to attain deep levels of samadhi, some teachers of Zazen I know emphasize if you do these certain breath concentrations, the Rinzai folks are into this, if you do these certain breath practices, you'll get this certain samadhi, and you do this other breath practice, you'll get another samadhi. Is it a bad practice? No, no. But for Dogen, Sitting in the completion, not chasing, knowing the wholeness was the realization of samadhi. And sometimes we can be very deep, very good, lovely. There's nothing wrong with samadhi. Samadhi is a treasure of this practice. But the way to reach there is the same way we reach New York City. You don't try to get to samadhi. You sit in the wholeness, completion, the non-attaining, the nothing in need of doing. You will taste samadhi. You will taste samadhi. Don't clutch at the samadhi. Don't try to chase after the samadhi. Don't try to keep it in your pocket. Don't try to put it in a box and hold it. When you stop trying to chase the samadhi, you will know samadhi like that. So Zazen is also the samadhi realized. That is a theme through Master Dogen's book. It's a little bit like me trying to say, how can I find Jundo? By the way, that's me, I'm Jundo. I check my driver's license. Where is Jundo? When I tried stopping to look for Jundo, I realized, oh, I've been Jundo all along. Well, this is about your true face too. When you stop trying to chase your true face manifests and has been manifesting all along. Stop cutting the world into pieces. Stop cutting the world into, we have certain friends here who are a little upset about the world situation, I know. Raise your hand there, Chris. I know a little bit. Me too, some things, okay? There's a time where we have to have in this world our likes and dislikes, and we say this is good and this is certainly bad. There are times to do that. When we sit Zazen, there's something to realize when you drop all the judgments and you drop all the searching and completion. This is the thing that you've had all along, which you realize when you stop all that mind turning and weighing and put aside the preferences and aversions of your mind. Your true face that you have been all along will manifest like that. Okay, something else omitted. If you attain its significance, the four great elements of your body, oh boy, wait a second, water, air, fire, earth. Okay. The old periodic table, let's see. If you attain its significance, the Zazen significance, the four great elements of your body will naturally become light and peaceful. Your mind will be fresh and sharp. Your mindfulness will become clear. The taste of Dharma will support your mind and make it tranquil, pure, and joyful. Then your everyday activities will become in accord with your true nature. All true. When you simplify the mind, let it go. When we sit Zazen, it all happens. Your body becomes light and peaceful. Your mind will become fresh and sharp. Your mind will become clear. The Dharma will support your mind and make it tranquil, peaceful, and joyful. And your everyday activities will be in accord with true nature. That was in the earlier version. Even though I think it's true, Master Dogen took it out. Why? I can only suppose. Again, we're trying to get something there. Is that the purpose of why we're sitting? To get that? It's only good Zazen when we're tranquil, pure, and joyful? It's a funny thing about this practice. When you stop trying to be peaceful, that's the true peace. When you stop trying to be joyful, I need to be joyful. I need this world to be some other way than it is. When you do that somehow, the mind then becomes clear. The mind then becomes simple. The mind then becomes joyful. A kind of joy that comes when you're not clutching after joy. Okay, here's a long section that was omitted. At all times, you should protect and maintain the power of samadhi. You should study it thoroughly and transcend its upper barrier. Do not rely upon anything. Do not be attached even to enlightenment, but just be yourself. So put aside you should protect the power of samadhi. Don't be attached even to enlightenment. Therefore, you should never stagnate anywhere. This is the completion of the way. Truly, the single practice of meditation, or Zazen, is the highest and most superior. First, understand the way completely, and then actualize it in your practice even a little bit. You can do it only in this practice. When Shakyamuni picked a flower up, Mahakashapa smiled at it. Waco, the fellow who was in the snow with Bodhidharma, silently made prostration and obtained the marrow of Bodhidharma's way. They attained the great liberation, being assisted by the blessed power of samadhi, says Okamura Roshi. Why don't you? The bodhisattvas who are studying prajna follow this way. I think it was best he got rid of that. Little wordy there. You guys have read my new book recently. If you looked at my manuscript, I get a little wordy too. I understand it. Nice here. Yeah, good choice I think to put this aside. But there's a lot of good things here. Again, he originally had something about protecting and maintaining the power of samadhi. Did away with that in the later version, I think, as he's trying to formulate what is shikantaza. Don't be attached even to enlightenment. That's a good thought. We realize enlightenment by not being attached even to enlightenment. Then he says something, Zazen is great, yeah. And he tells some stories about Mahakashapa's smile when the Buddha picked up the flower, and Hueco silently obtaining the marrow of the Bodhidharma's way. All very nice. We're not missing anything with this paragraph. It's okay. Good choice. Maybe his editor took it out. I don't know. I had an editor. I wrote a book. I submitted it to Wisdom Publications. They gave it to somebody, and she went to work at it, and then she sent it to me. I had to admit, she made a better book. I got to admit it, okay? She didn't change anything I wrote. You know, and if she was going to make a major change, she always asked me, is this okay? Okay? I got to admit, she did great. Great. Editors are great. Okay, here's a omitted, except he kept the first sentence. He kept the sentence, therefore do not consider whether you are clever or stupid, and do not think of whether you are superior or inferior. He kept that pretty much, but then the next part he cut out. Put aside the 6 sense organs. That's, we say in the Heart Sutra, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Body is touch, and mind is your inner world. Put that aside and look at the way as a whole. Without raising any single thought, sit completely in the midst of the 10-direction world. Not raising any single thought. That again sounds like we're supposed to stop thinking. Maybe that's why he took that out? Don't know. But we sit in the midst of the whole world. On the whole, in this world and in other worlds, there are no different teachings of Bodhidharma. Even though we have all these different flavors of Buddhism and even flavors of Zen, Master Dogen was very insistent that they're all one thing. Then he added in the later version, practice realization is naturally undefiled. We've spoken other times about practice realization, so I'm not going to do it again at length today, but basically, you are Buddha, but if you don't act at it like it and bring it to life in this practice, Buddha does not come to life. Our practice is not to realize we're already Buddha. Our practice is to realize we're already Buddha and act like it. That's practice realization. Going forward, after all, is an everyday affair. Then in the early version, he said, all the ancestors wholeheartedly practiced to turn around the body and head. That is another reference, traditional reference to kind of disentangling from the world. Disentangling from the world. Literally to turn your face around, like turning that light around. Although their characters are diverse, each of them encouraged to go back and meet their true self, to meet their self. That's in the original. The later says, while each lineage expresses its own style, they are all devoted to sitting. Fully, Okamura Roshi has blocked, it's an unusual word choice, fully poured into, shall we say, the resolute stability of Zazen. Although they say that there are 10,000 distinctions and 1,000 variations of Buddhism or beliefs, they just wholeheartedly engage the way in Zazen. That is something only in the later version. So he tended to take out against references to intentionality, what you should do. He took out references to getting samadhi or in keeping samadhi, and tended to put in more references again to the wholeness and completion of Zazen itself is a sacred thing, like that. And finally, one earlier version that became the later version, he keeps the phrase, do not be scared by the real dragon, which later became, do not be suspicious of the true dragon. But the early version said this, follow the regulations that were established by Zen Master Baizhang. These are the regulations for monthly behavior. This tends to show that this was written for monks, not just lay people. Sometimes people say the Fukanzazengi, his first version, was written for lay people. This tends to show, if he's talking about following the rules of the monk's rules, that this was for monks too, not just for lay people. So it's not like he gave a different instruction in Zazen to the monks. If he's talking about follow the regulations that were established by Hyakujo, this would be his instructions for the monks. Maybe when you came in the monastery, the first thing you do is he handed you a copy of Fukanzazengi. Okay, here's what you do. Like, embody the way of Bodhidharma thoroughly. Do not worry about the wind blowing against your ears. That's good advice in a drafty place like our Zendo. Do not be surprised by the echo made by tongues. Don't care about people talking about you. Right? What's that other old song? Boy, I got all the talk about bad old songs remembering. Everybody's talking at me. Don't remember a word they're saying. Chris knows this song. It's only the echoes of my mind. Remember that song? Wonderful song from the 60s. Anyway, let the words just float by. If you practice suchness continuously, you will be suchness. Then he keeps this line in the later version. You should open your own treasure house and use it at will. That became in the later version. Do not be suspicious of the true dragon. Devote your energies to the way that points directly to the real thing. Revere the one who has gone beyond learning and is free from effort. There it is again. Devote yourself to the Buddha or any of the ancestors, the true, shall we say, the true man of no rank, however you want to say it, who is free from effort. Accord with the enlightenment of all the Buddhas. Succeed to the samadhi of all the ancestors by sitting in this way beyond effort and attainments. Continue in such a way for a long time, and you will be such a person. The treasure house will open of itself, and you may use it freely. Okay. And I don't know why we don't use the Tempuku version more. Maybe because we just consider it to be a work in progress, that Shikantaza itself was not yet fully developed. We can only speculate. but there are certainly important differences there. And I think they tell us something about what was on Master Dogen's mind and what was in his heart a bit. Okay? So we have a small group today. Any questions, complaints, or requests for refunds? On show? Yes? Am I allowed to speak to Canadians? I'm not sure, but I will anyway. Go ahead.
Thank you for having me. It's very, very benevolent of you. What is the relationship between samadhi and suchness?
Boy, John, I'd like a second opinion here from my scholar. But I take suchness as to realize the nature of things, both small things and everything, from the universe down to the smallest thing in ourselves, when we stop mentally messing with it. And just, it's the great let it be. Oh, there we are with the Beatles again. There are probably 4 visions of let it be. Okay, but it's the great let it be. When everything is just left to shine on its own without our adding all the mental turning and judgments that Master Dogen references. Samadhi is the concentration states where we're kind of in a deep concentration, so we get a feeling of this suchness quite a bit, because the mind is now clear and very simplified. And the deeper we go, the whole world kind of even drops away, and all the separation drops away. So samadhi is referring to the deep concentration, but suchness is the experience of all things and everything when we stop all the mental wheels turning. What do you think?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, good. You get your check later. Very good.
Samadhi's the
He said it's okay. Yeah, okay. So something like that.
And how would you add emo to the two?
Emo.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay. Emo was the question word emo what? Like that?
No, emo as in like the awareness of the suchness.
Okay, because Master Dogen used emo as a question word what?
Oh, I see. In that way, well.
Yeah. So he asked about a word called emo, which was one of the examples. Emo, I believe, means what, and it's usually a question word like, what is that? But Master Dogen tended to express suchness by taking these question words and making them exclamations. We do that a little in English too. For example, you'll say, instead of what is that, you'll go, what? What? You know? Or how did that get to be like that becomes, and how? Like that. Well, Master Dogen said something like that too. So to express how fantastic is everything, shining as it's shining, this whole world just being what it's being, he'd go, yeah, wow, that's and how, like that. And that's emo, something like that. That's my understanding.
Get it.
Any questions from the back row in the cheap seats? No, okay.
It's still confusing, isn't it, about when he says that, Zazen isn't about meditation, and then we hear about samadhi. I understood your explanation very well. I'm sure that's what he means. But
Zazen is the meditation, which is not the meditation to do something. It is the samadhi that comes when we don't try to get samadhi. It is the wholeness and being Buddha that comes where he very directly says, stop trying to make a Buddha. Stop looking for New York City when you're in Times Square. Like that. That's my reading of it.
I'm sure you're absolutely right. It's just that even so, it still seems like a meditation practice of some kind.
Of course it's a meditation practice. What are we doing? We're sitting here crossing our legs sitting like, like with a statue over there. Of course, it's a meditation practice, but it's the anti-meditation practice. And most meditations are attempts to do, to get all our life. You guys, who has not heard me say this 1,000 times? We wake up in the morning, we start planning what we need to do, thinking about what happened yesterday, what we like, what we don't like. We open the news and see what's going on in the world and how we're not supposed to speak to Canadians, and makes us all crazy. Okay? This is the medicine for all that, in which we stop the chasing, stop the doing, stop the need to judge, sit in the completion and the equanimity of it all, and then we realize some suchness, some whole. When we intentionally try to turn Zazen into just another tool to get something, I saw a guy, he put on the Soto Zen Facebook page, and they dropped it off. He had discovered a way to get what you're supposed to get from meditation in 1 hour or less. If you pay his fee, he's going to read his book, pay his fee. He discovered the secret of how to get the fruits of meditation quick. Well, that's what we're not trying to do. We are the medicine that attains by stopping the constant chasing. If you're sick, we got a bunch of folks here with illnesses, okay? Of course, we want to get better and take our medicine. Of course, we go through life. We want to fix our problems. Zazen is sitting, allowing even your illness and your body to be what it is. How wise and beautiful is that? That is the suchness of your sickness. Write that down. Future book title, The Suchness of Your Sickness. That is letting even your dissatisfactions world, it's letting even the crazy world with all its craziness for a time be what it is. And then when this is over, we can get back and take our medicine again and try to fix the world's problems. But maybe with that same little bit of clarity shining in our heart, like that. How rarely do we put down all the chasing? He said it, put down the chasing. Okay. Nice to see you, Karen. Yes, Beyond.
Yeah, I loved John's question. Um, and I'm thinking, back in the day, if you talked about meditation, you would talk about what was traditionally, I'm thinking polycanon level meditation, right? Where you're talking about um, specific practice that leads to specific attainments, which at the end have this big realization of the Buddha, right? And the other day I was actually talking to Gote about this. We were looking at a little sutra, and there's a sutra where the Buddha says something like, whenever I wish to, whenever I choose to, I enter in this first jhana, and this jhana has these, and these qualities. And then at the end of it, if you look at it all, you realize individually they are specific attainments. Together, you're describing the radical equanimity of shikantaza, right?
The fourth
And
jhana, I'm
yes,
sorry,
yes. But that's my point. So if taken individually, the Buddha's like, I come in and I go out of them as I choose to because I've already tasted them. But Master Dogen here goes, this shikantaza is not a specific thing inside of those practices. This is the culmination of them, right? And I think that's the humongous difference. It's not one specific point of focus and then you attain this and move on to the next one. He's saying, no, drop that and sit as the final result of
we're
of
running
that.
we're running a little long today, so I don't want to get into it. But another thing I sometimes say is the fourth jhana was considered to be once the highest jhana. The other jhanas were things that the Buddha rejected as deep concentration states from Hinduism that came back later. For many of his writings, the Buddha said the fourth jhana is the highest. Why am I saying that? Because all 1, 2, 3, 4 is all dropping away. First, you're supposed to feel thinking about things. Put that aside. Then you're supposed to feel great bliss and joy. Then you go on the next one by dropping away the bliss and joy. When you get to the fourth jhana, it is a radical equanimity and having dropped away that resembles shikantaza, because you're in the third jhana, you're supposed to feel great bliss. Put aside the bliss. You're supposed to put aside the cogitation of the mind, and sit in the fourth jhana, which is the wholeness of it all. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, that was exactly my point. Like what he's pointing to is not the meditations themselves, which, everything is included in the fourth jhana, the first, the second, and the third.
Okay, well, I've only paid rent on this place for an hour, so we got to get out of here. So we're going to have the verse to close the sutra. Then we're going to have a super short Zazen to remind us that Zazen is not about long or short. Then we're supposed to have a dance, which I will insist we still do the dance, but 45 seconds. Okay, it is also a law. Okay, 1 minute. We're going to go 1 minute of is a lost track of the hokey pokey, a forgotten hokey pokey we were going to be listening to. Okay, let's have our verse.
May the merits of these teachings penetrate into each thing in all places, so that we and every sentient being together may realize the Buddha's way. All Buddhas throughout space and time, all Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha, Prajna, Paramita.
Okay. Now we're going to have a get in Zazen. You can sit where you are, but get ready. Remember, a moment of Zazen is suchness. We were discussing a moment of Zazen is suchness when you stop trying to measure it. Thank you. I think we're going to get in the Guinness Book World Records. World's shortest meditation. World's shortest meditation. Let's submit our record, see if we can get it. All right, now we are going to just stretch our legs with the sacred hokey pokey. If you want to get up and just move around for a bit, do so. The lost tracks of the hokey pokey.
So I'm stopping it after 1 minute, right?
Yeah, something like that. You actually you're a mixer, you're a producer, you decide the good point.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
You put your right foot in, you put your right foot out, you put your right foot
Pause it. have a short Kinhin? You have these at your house?
I don't, I used to.
will now recite the Metta verses, followed by a little Zazen. For the Metta verses, again, have some tea, stand, sit. You going to stand?
Probably.
Yeah. I can't feel the oil heater, so I'm sorry if it gets a little chilly.
That's all right. Well insulated.
Okay. Make a fire if you want. Master Dogen had they had the whole ceremonies to turn the stoves on and turn the stoves off each year. All right, we're going to recite the Metta verses. I think everyone knows what that is. I think today we're going to have a all difficult people's edition. All difficult people or aspects of ourself. We're going to include ourself in that. In other words, we start usually chanting for ourselves, then someone we love, then a friend, then a stranger, then a difficult person, and then all sentient beings. But in this case, even when we focus on ourselves, think about some aspect of yourself or something in your life you really don't like about yourself, and you're going to chant to that you. Okay? I told you in Zazen, it's not a tool to do something, but Metta verses, we can use it maybe a little cleverly. So think of some aspect of yourself, shouldn't be too hard, at least in my case. I can think of I got a long list. Let me think of something I don't like about myself. Okay? And we're going to chant to that you. All right? You got something? Except for Bjorn, he's perfect. He's going to struggle with this. But may that I who's a pain in the butt, may that I be free of suffering. May I feel safe. Really feel it. This is a visualization. May I feel safe and still. You all got something about yourself you don't like? Yeah? Okay. May I be free of enmity. Enmity means hate, anger. May I be loving, gentle, and kind. May I be healthy. Maybe you're chanting for your own illness or something, you don't like that. And at ease in all my ills. May I be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay? Next, chant for your loved one, your family member, for that aspect of them that drives you up the wall. Okay. I'm sure Cotes has no one coming to mind, but the rest of us, we will. All right? All right. May she be free of suffering. May she feel safe and still. May she be free of enmity. May she be loving, grateful, and kind. May she be healthy and at ease in all her ills. May she be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. I was chanting for my wife. I think I'm one of the conditions of life I hope she embraces. I'm the annoyance in her life, I'm sure, quite often. Okay. Now for a friend who's great, but every once in a while, boy. Okay. I'm going to Okay, I got somebody. May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. May they be free of enmity. May they be loving, grateful, and kind. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay? Now we're going to chant for the difficult stranger, someone we don't really know, someone in the news, some guy who cut us off on traffic, not sure who that is, the guy who did something. Okay, may she be free of suffering. May she feel safe and still. May she be free of enmity. May she be loving, grateful, and kind. May she be healthy and at ease in all our ills, her ills. May she be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay? Now I guess we'll chant for all difficult people, or you can chant for a particular, someone who's kind of like an enemy. I will be chanting for Canadians today. I can't resist. It's Pick on the Canadians Day. No, but seriously, think of all difficult people, or one difficult particular person in particular in your life, a really serious case, anything you wish, but or all difficult people, okay? May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. May they be free of suffering. No, I'm sorry, I did that twice. May they be free of enmity. May they be loving, grateful, and kind. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. I'm not so worried about the Canadians with the healthy part because of the great insurance, but otherwise. All right, and now we're going to chant for all sentient beings, all of us, which of course we're all difficult to somebody, and all difficult to ourselves sometimes, and all difficult to each other, and also supporting each other, and loving and helpful to each other too. So it all goes around. May we be free of suffering. May we feel safe and still. May we be free of enmity. That's a big one in this world. Boy, that'd be nice. May we be loving, gentle, and kind. May we be healthy and in ease in all our and at ease in all our ills. May we be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay. All right. That's a lovely practice. Okay, we're going to have a sit where you are sitting. You can get into the full lotus position, or the double lotus. Do you know the double lotus, where you put your legs behind your neck? I can do that. Yeah. Almost. Okay. Or the any posture that's comfortable. I shouldn't have done that, Justin. Oh my gosh. Okay, okay. May I be at ease in all my ills? All right, we're going to sit as we are, just as long as we sit. We will now recite the verse of atonement and the 4 vows. Why don't you help me here a little bit? Move the, I got this. Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Now I have unpaid staff. It's much better.
All harmful acts, words, and thoughts ever committed by me since of old, on account of beginningless greed, anger, and ignorance, born of my body, mouth, and mind, now I atone for them all. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable, to save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable, to save all sentient beings, though beings numberless, to transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible, to perceive reality, though reality is boundless, to attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable.
Lovely, lovely. Well, thank you, everyone. I especially want to thank Bion and Kote, our European friends. Kote, beautiful chanting at the middle of the night. Middle of the night, you get a compliment for staying awake, and also for somehow in the middle of the night not falling asleep once during my entire talk. Both of you, this is true samadhi. True samadhi. All right, everyone. Love you all, and we'll see you around the homestead. Let's hope all is well. See you guys later. Bye.
Thank you. See you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
See you guys.
No, a question.
Yes.
Very quickly. Where can I find that version of the Fukanzazengi that you were...
I put it in the thread. There's a link.
All of it? Yeah?
Yeah, there's a link to Okamura Roshi's translation.
Never mind then. Thank you very
Never
much.
mind. See you later.
Have a good day.
Bye.